Alright, we're in Genesis for everyone. We're on part 1. Alright, so let's do 2 sections. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Genesis chapter 1, 6 through 19. Christ, you're holy and amazing. Thank you that we could take this moment and read the writings of the ancients that pointed towards you for their hope. For you are known as the God who saves the hungry, who's there for the refugee. You care about the little ones. So as we read this, as we see your awesome power conquering the darkness, nothing can stand against you. And how you work it's a beautiful mystery. But yet you still reveal a little bit of that mystery every day. Be with us as we study. And as read to us what it meant to the ancients and how it could give us hope and mean to us now today. And reveal how like Jesus fulfilled all these hopes, and then we continue in that fulfillment. We continue in the kingdom of heaven advancing on earth, your rule happening on earth. And we're just partnering with you. We're your conduits. Amen. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. God said, a dome in the middle of the water to separate water from water. And God made the dome and separated the water under the dome and the water above the dome. So it came to be. God called the dome heavens. And there was evening and morning a second day. God said, the water under the heavens is to gather into one place so that the dry land may appear. So it came to be. God called the dry land earth. The gathering of the water he called seas. God saw that it was good. God said, the earth is to put forth vegetation, plants producing seed, fruit, trees, making fruit according to their species, with their seed in them, on the earth. So it came to be. The earth brought forth vegetation, plants producing seed according to their species, and trees making fruit with their seed in them according to their species. God saw that it was good, and there was evening and morning a third day. Let me address that. Be right back. God said, lights in the dome of the heavens to separate day and night. They will be for signs and occasions and days and years. And there will be lights in the dome of the heavens to give light on the earth. So it came to be. God made the 2 big lights. The bigger light to rule the day and the smaller light to rule the night and the stars. God put them in the dome of the heavens to give light on the earth, to rule over the day and the night, and to separate light and darkness. God saw that it was good. And there was evening and morning, a 4th day. It's the word of Yahweh. Let me take a big drink now. At the weekend, my wife and I like to have lunch by the ocean. And while doing so, we watch the surf hurling itself at the beach. No matter how hard giant waves batter the beach, they'll never climb the rocks to where we sit, still less the mountains that arise just across the coastal highway. Relatively small-scale floods can imperil parts of the land, but in principle, God has firmly established the boundary between sea and land. Admittedly, humanity itself might be able to frustrate God's work here, as we can often frustrate God's work, and global warming is a way we can do that, though this would more likely involve our destroying the ocean front by causing wildfires to come down the mountains than by a tsunami climbing up them. Genesis reassures Israel that God indeed established a boundary between the water in the sky and the water below, and no boundary between sea and land. It does not describe the dome coming into being as if by magic, in the way the light did. That is not its only way of describing how God brings things into being. God again makes a declaration, but then acts to bring that word into effect. God makes the dome, like a superhuman structural engineer building the dome of a giant sports arena, except that this dome is subject to no years of delay and no costly overruns. The dome appears within a day, as instantly as if it did come into existence by magic. Imagine a speed-up film of a big construction project. The function of a dome is to keep the weather out. This dome divides the water in the sky from where the rain comes, and the water below it. The seas, Earth atmosphere being in between. It is as if the sky is what it looks like, a solid vault in the heavens, like a colander with sliders that can either cover the holes so the weather is fine, or expose them so it rains. As God puts the dome in place, the macro structure of the world is coming into being. Of course, the sky isn't really solid, and maybe Israelites realize that. We don't have to be literalists in interpreting a picture. There are lots of repetitions in the story, such as God said, and so it came to be. Some draw attention to key facts about the way God made the world, such as God's creating by speaking and the ease with which things came about in response to God's word. But the Old Testament is not formulaic in the way it uses repetition. So, in connection with Day 2, the lack of reference to God's noting that the dome was good does not imply God, though there was something wrong with it. It's just that Genesis likes variations with its reputation. Maybe this keeps the audience on his toes. On Tuesday, once again God speaks, then speaks again, and each time, poof, the thing happens. We picture the sea, which had covered the entire landmass, retreating from much of it, so that land itself emerges. God speaks once more and speaks into existence within it, though. Elsewhere, the Old Testament can portray God being personally involved in bringing into being each individual mango and each head of garlic. But in Genesis 1, the picture is of God requiring plants to have the capacity to reproduce themselves. It is another indication that there is some orderliness about the nature of creation. Suppose you can never know whether the tree that produced apples last year might produce pears this year and peaches next year. This unpredictability might be fun, though it would also be confusing, and it would engender some insecurity. But no, God ordered that tomato seeds should produce tomatoes and lettuce seeds should produce lettuce. And for that matter, human beings should beget human beings and not some other species. Things reproduce according to their species. The world is characterized by order and consistency. On Wednesday, once more, God speaks and then also acts, now operating like a supernatural engineer working for the power company, putting up 2 huge lamps in the sky. But there's something odd here. Israelites knew that the sun and the moon were their light sources, or their sources of light. Why did they picture these not appearing until day 4? In a paradoxical way, it reflects how important they are. When there is no artificial light, even the moon and the stars help people find their way. In many cultures, there thus seems to be something supernatural about them. Maybe the mysterious way they move around is one fact that suggests this. For many of Israel's contemporaries, the stars and planets that fill the heavens represented those gods whose existence we noted in connection with Genesis 1:1. The sun, the moon, and the stars are then the entities through which the gods' decisions get announced and implemented. Their movements indicate what the gods are doing and what is going to happen on Earth. So you can consult the planets and stars when you want to know what is going to happen. The Babylonians were the first great astrological culture. Their observations are the foundation of Western astrology. In the exile, Isaiah chapter 40, 25-26, assured Israel that, on the contrary, its one God was in control of all the forces represented by stars and planets. These are a kind of heavenly army, and when this God summons them, none of them is idle on parade. And once again, this creation story in Genesis exists not merely to give people information about something that happened way back then, but to offer good news in the here and now. Genesis 1 is a gospel story, a story containing good news. Do you hear that? So what is Genesis 1? Yeah, so it's a gospel story. The way it speaks of sun and moon and stars reflects its background. I refer to sun and moon, but Genesis does not call them that. It speaks simply of God making two big lights, and then adds as an afterthought, and the stars. We ourselves know something of the extraordinary expanse of the universe, of how many stars there are. For us and the stars is quite an afterthought. But for a different reason, this was also the case for Israelites, because other people linked the stars and planets with the gods. There are not gods or representatives of gods. The sun and the moon are just lampposts in the sky. Genesis subtly put sun and moon and stars in their place. Sun and moon do serve God and people by signifying set times for festivals and the like, providing ways to structure time and let people know when to celebrate Passover or Pentecost, when to offer sacrifices. The regular sacrifices take place at dawn and dusk, and when the Sabbath begins and ends. So creation and life with God, ordinary life and the life of worship belong together. They are not in separate compartments. All right. Second section. Hooey. Well, yeah, I also said I'll have this, so I'm not distracted while reading. Jesus, you're holy, wonderful, amazing. Thank you that the creation of the earth was an act of order for you. Wasn't you alone? You were the God outside of time, the Elohim outside of time. And he created order in time, and then you work with order in time for your creation, your love. Thank you for embodying love. And thank you for the good news that is in the creation story. Thank you that it is something that has happened that affects us today. And as we read the next section, again, reveal to us what it meant to them, and then thusly how it could give us hope, and reveal to us now. In one false name, amen. Genesis chapter 1, verse 20-25, Thursday, Friday morning. Whoa. God said, "The water is to teem with living creatures, and birds are to fly over the earth, over the face of the dome of the heavens." God created the big sea monsters and every living creature that moves, with which the water teems, according to their species, and every winged bird according to his species. God saw that it was good. God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful, be numerous, fill the water and the seas. Birds are to be numerous on the earth." And there was evening and morning, a fifth day. God said, "The earth is to bring forth living creatures according to their species, cattle, moving things, and animals of the earth according to their species." So it came to be. God made the animals of the earth according to their species, cattle according to their species, and all the things that move on the ground according to their species. God saw that it was good. A whole corner building in the downtown area of our city was recently reconstructed and remodeled. And to my astonishment, what opened there was a store that just sells boxes. A friend of ours got a job there and told us that she was also surprised, but that there were plenty of customers. Many people wanted to sort out their lives, and they reckoned that sorting out their stuff will help a lot in that direction. I know someone else who has no boxes, but has vast amount of stuff overflowing from everywhere. She can never find anything. It is a human instinct to need some structure in our lives and in our homes, though many people find it hard to get that structure. One of my sons used to have a notice on his desk proclaiming, "A tidy desk is a sign of a sick mind." From the desk clutter, you can see why he needed to say that. He has since changed. Genesis 1 presupposes this human need and those human dynamics. The world as a whole can seem as chaotic as my friend's apartment and my son's desk. That was the case for Israelites who heard Genesis 1 in its exilic context. Remember what exilic means? Exile. So imagine, again, people are in Babylon. It's like us being in Canada or Mexico. We long to go back home. Be like you forced to live in dingy garbage, in camps, and you long for order. Like, it's just chaotic. So here, like, imagine the people who are reading this order account of creation. It's giving them hope. That was the case for Israelites who heard Genesis 1 in its exilic context. Genesis assured them and assures us that the world, and it's not just for the exilic context, but just it was a message of hope for them. Genesis assured them and assures us that the world is not that way, even if it sometimes looks like it. God created an orderly fashion with everything in its place. And the way the days of creation pan out is that God spends the first 3 laying the foundation for the work as a whole, and the second 3 building on this foundation. To use an artistic metaphor, God spends the first 3 days sketching the outline of a picture, and the second 3 filling in the details. So on Sunday, God separated light and darkness, and on Wednesday, God set up the entities that actually shine light on the earth. On Monday, God erected the dome to separate the water above and the water below, and on Thursday, God filled the lower water with its creatures and commanded it into being. The birds that fly across the dome. It was all very organized. Genesis has already described God's bringing them into being by speaking and then by making them. Day 5 as talk of God's creating things. It's the first occurrence of that verb since the opening line. While Genesis' use of the different expressions is part of its liking for repetitions and variations, it seems significant that it uses this verb when it comes to the wondrous variety of animate objects in the world. Using the word create especially striking in connection with the sea monsters. While that phrase could denote ordinary creatures such as whales, such creatures were also symbols of dynamic power asserted against God. In saying God created them, Genesis hints again at the total sovereignty of the Creator God. No entities within the world are outside God's dominion. They are all God's creatures. So remember when we talked about yesterday, and how the neighbors of the Israelites believe like this big sea serpent, another god killed it. So there's the sea serpent god. This other god killed the sea serpent god, and from that land was made. But for right here, it's saying actually everything in the sea is made by God. So even though,
it's not even we didn't make it. God made it.
Yeah, so even the sea creatures, and actually like in the Hebrew it says sea monsters. So like Leviathan, the deep. Have you seen like some of the scary stuff that's in like the deep ocean? You ever watch those videos?
I think
Yeah, but there actually is like there are videos out there where people record the deep ocean. Those things are scary. They look like monsters.
Well,
And so, and
that's scary.
they're pretty messed up looking.
They're saying they're messed up.
Well,
They're like trash.
So it's saying here that in the ancient world they used to think that those sea monsters were gods, but here it's saying God created them.
They're not gods. God created them.
There is nothing to fear in the world. When God blesses all these creatures, it is the equivalent of making the plants and trees with their seed in them, which meant they had inbuilt capacity to reproduce. Blessing has the same connection for animate life. Blessing, thus animate.
Yeah.
So animate life is like us. We're like animating with life. Blessing has the same connotation for animate life. Blessing thus means something different in the Old Testament from what it means in the New Testament. Blessing conveys to these creatures the capacity to reproduce. Hence it is spelled out as involving fruitfulness and the capacity to fill the world. So the work of Thursday fills out the outline from Monday, and in turn Friday fills out the sketch from Tuesday. When land emerged and plants and fruit trees begin to grow, on Friday land creatures appear for whom the plants and fruit trees will be food. Initially, Genesis mentioned 3 categories of creatures. The cattle are the animals directly associated with the human world. Then there are other creatures that move on the ground, as opposed to being in the air or the sea. Perhaps creatures such as insects and mice. Finally, there are the animals of the wild, such as lions, deer, and wild donkeys. Once again, Genesis notes the structured and consistent nature of this world. The creatures belong to various species. All right, friend, we can start. And I'll be back.
I'm sorry, the cloud.
Treasure.
That's it?
Sure.
Time to twirl!
Rules are made to be broken.
Wait, do we want to right now?
Mm.
Oh! No. Alright, again. Wait, do we want to right now?
Sure.
Let me see. This is the temporal terminal. Observes the potential of the temporal plane. They say this terminal is designed to retrieve information related to time. That should do it.
No, thank you, treasure. Oh.
What? You just matched up those symbols. Is that it? The more complex something is, the more important it is to keep it simple. Don't you think? If it's so simple, why didn't your master diviner come and do it herself? Maybe deep down she just wants to be lazy once in a while. Like me.
Must explore. Must get treasure. So fire. Fire and flames.
stars, give these trailblazers your blessing. Time to twirl.
That's him, I mean.
Time to twirl. Time to twirl. This big diamond, it's all yours. A little something for everyone. Upgrade configured.
Oh.
Do I have this already?
Boom!
Where's my treasure?
Scared you? Who will it be? Time to twirl! The stars will always remember us. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing. Time to twirl! Who will it be? Time to twirl! This big diamond, it's all yours!
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Oh, we're gonna be silly goose.
Looks good.
Oh, ow. Good. Around you. Be out here. Oh, God. Okay.
Hmm.
I took it out.
Oh, yeah?
Can I see it?
Sure.
Can I see this, dude? I can jump
Hmm.
whenever I hit.
Hmm.
Oh, put it up!
So it's always attack.
Uh,
Second one's HP, which matters.
Why hit me? Ow. Damn!
Hmm. I feel like these are all over the place. Can maybe get one that does HP first? Back-going healing boost is pretty nice. Nice.
Yeah!
All right. Hmm. I see. So we can't go over here yet. All right. Go here. Might as well. We'll be back.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Hmm. It's perfect. It's like her.
Wait!
Oh, one of these. Nice. That takes care of that. Get her up. Yeah, let's get her up. It's fire, ice. Fire, ice. She's good now. Fire, ice. Ooh.
Might as well beat it up before it attacks me.
Stay.
Found your weak. Time to twirl. Time to get vigilant.
Who will it be?
Everything is where.
Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Let's begin.
Oh dear.
No manners, huh?
Time to twirl.
Who will it be?
Time to get vigilant.
Time
to twirl. Everything is where.
Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Do you know who? This big diamond. It's all yours. Scared yet?
Who will it be?
Time to twirl.
Right.
The stars will always remember
Need to
us.
send her. All right, let's make her part of the main team. All right, we'll see if we have enough to do 10 basic warps. 960, almost there.
Oh, what the heck is this? It looks like a walking gate. Take it easy. There's nothing supernatural on the CNJO. It's an arumaton. It's guarding the matrix of prescience. They're stationed at various strategic places. I feel like it needs a sign saying mortals forbidden or something. Are you sure it won't fly into a rage if we walk past it? We're here by order of the Master Diviner to restart the Matrix of Prescience. Friends, not foes.
Passage prohibited.
March! You should join the Divination Commission. Quick, do something!
Passage.
Time to get vigilant!
Who will it be?
My turn!
What?
Everything is Oh, stars,
Alright.
give these trailblazers your blessing.
Tough
Oh,
luck
yeah.
running into me! Gotta try hard. Watch this awesome move! Honored to meet me.
This would take a long time.
Annoying!
Let's make it quick.
Time to twirl! Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
Rules are made to be broken.
My turn!
No manners, huh? Who will it be? Who invited you? The stars will always remember us.
This must be the spatial terminal. They say this terminal is designed to retrieve information related to space. You probably could have guessed that. Done. Next.
What does her talent do? Skills. HP. Which one does crit damage? You do. Let's...
Let me guess. Time, space. I bet the next terminal is energy related. Darn, the Karma Terminal. They say this terminal is designed to establish causal relationships. We did it. All 3 terminals activated. Let's go back to the core and report to the Master Diviner.
It's fine.
Well done, all of you. I can sense the matrix of prescient symbols re-illuminating. Now, to interrogate Kafka. Those of you in the core may feel a few impacts. Are you ready?
Is this really necessary? I said I'd cooperate with you.
I have no interest in the words of wanted criminals, especially those skilled in the art of manipulation. So, say what you will. I'm here to witness the divination of the Matrix of Prescience. The Divination Commission has ways of extracting the truth, and they're far more effective than a conversation.
Then please, Master Diviner, witness my destiny.
Sounds so bored.
That's why you're here? All for that?
Well, not what you were expecting.
I can't believe it. But the Matrix of Prescience cannot be wrong. Kafka has nothing to do with the Stellaron, but you... It's you.
Oh. Oh.
Absurd. I'd never have thought it. Ask her yourself. Take as long as you wish. I must report this to the General immediately. Please excuse me.
You go ask her. I know you still have many questions for Kafka yourself.
Prophesy this. Huh. On hearts.
Hi. You haven't changed a bit. I'm sorry you have to see me in such a sorry state. Really? Well, that's good. I wouldn't want to affect your image of me. I didn't talk to you on the train because I knew you and I would get to talk alone here. Worth waiting for, don't you think? You seem to have a lot to ask me. Elio said he foresaw 3 questions, but they would be the same in essence. If I were to hear one of them, I would then tell you the objective of this trip in all its detail. Since you asked one of the 3 questions, it means everything is going smoothly. Are you ready to hear my answer? Cienjo's Stellaron problem is not directly linked to us. But if you look at it from Elio's perspective, you can't say the Stellaron hunters are completely innocent. We foresaw all this long ago, but chose to remain indifferent until the time was right for us to get involved.
Who's Elio?
Diviner Fu was surprised because she discovered 3 truths. 1. The Stellaron hunters are not enemies of the Cienjo. You know this now, though you refuse to believe it. 2. Someone else brought the Stellaron into the Cienjo and activated it. A result of both internal unrest and external aggression. Traitors on the Luofu and enemies from outside want to overthrow the Cienjo. The Master Diviner is in a hurry to find the General, presumably to inform him of this fact. However, That's all the Master Diviner knows. Because Elio withheld key pieces of information from me. He foresaw the Divination Commission using the Matrix of Prescience against me. To guard against setbacks, he ensured that I knew only what he wanted the Cienjo Alliance to know in this moment. As for number 3, even in their wildest dreams, the Cienjo Alliance could never have guessed it. If the Stellaron Hunters aren't the cause of all this, then why are Blady and I even here? We're here for you. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? It's no wonder Fu Shen doesn't believe it either. But the Matrix of Prescience doesn't lie. The answer is just that bizarre. The Stellaron Hunters appearing here, Blady getting arrested, me being lured to the Matrix of Prescience. It was all to bring you, the Astral Express crew, to the Cienjo. In the future that Elio chose, the power of the hunt is indispensable. And that's why the Astral Express crew had to come to the Luofu and achieve something important for the Cienjo. You had to establish a connection with the Alliance. And that's why I had to trick you into coming here. I needed you to meet the Luofu's general in person and to help him resolve the Stellaron crisis. I needed the Alliance to owe you a favor. That way, in the future, at the most critical moment, the Cienjo will offer you their help. What do you think? Surprised? The notorious Stellaron Hunters did all that just to make you a hero of the Cienjo? Quite the plot twist, don't you think? Like I said, Elio withheld key pieces of information from me. The future holds endless possibilities. Knowing the right thing at the wrong time could spoil all our hard work. There is only one thing I can tell you about the future. In the best and the worst cases, you will eventually have to face Nanook the Destruction. And when that time comes, you will need all the help you can get. It will be a brutal struggle of eonic proportions. Proportions that neither you, nor I, nor the Astral Express will ever be able to reach. In the vast majority of futures, that's when destiny ends. But if we follow Elio's plan, there may be a glimmer of hope on the horizon. You know, even eons can be killed.
In the meantime, at the other end of the Luofu.
Hey, Luocha. You didn't finish telling us about the propagation. Keep going, it's interesting. So, neons can die, huh?
Huh.
Weird. I thought they were
It must be Elo.
invincible.
There is no true invincibility or immortality in the world. Such exaggerations are born of the perspectives of ordinary beings. Nonetheless, ordinary beings could not have orchestrated the fall of the propagation. That eon was slain at the hands of another eon.
I don't understand. They're all eons. Why do they want to fight?
Are you really from the Cienjo? Other eons aside, surely you must know the story of Lan and Yaosha. Isn't destroying the Eon Yaosha the Alliance's cherished aim?
Of course I know. Well, I know a little. My mom made me practice with swords all day. I didn't really go to school.
In that case, let's just change the subject. If you don't know about the feud between the Hunt and the Abundance, I'm afraid there's just too much to explain.
Fine. How's this for a subject? What's in the box?
Oh, this one? It's a casket, more commonly known as a coffin. It's for containing the remains of the deceased.
The deceased? Aren't you a merchant?
Yes, indeed. This is just part of my job. I was asked to deliver this coffin to the Xianzhou. I'd quite forgotten. For long life species, death is probably a distant concept.
Nope. The Cloud Knights spend a lot of time on the battlefield. Death is a common occurrence. It's just, we don't put bodies in boxes. Coffins. In the Xianzhou, people go to the Hall of Karma in the Ten Lords Commission and consecrate the names and jade abacuses of the dead. It's our way of saying goodbye. The Foxians and the Videodora have their own ceremonies. Foxian soldiers place their dead in star skiffs and then let them drift out into the stars. They call it the returning. As for the Videodora, they're more mysterious. They say that when a Videodora is very old or has a fatal injury, they turn into an egg that looks like a pearl. When the shell breaks, they come out looking young again. My mom calls the Videodora long scions. When I was young, she told me stories of how the Videodora could turn into dragons. I don't know if that's true.
I'll be back. Smoke fruit. Sure.
What do you know? Silent but deadly speaks.
Your mother is right. The Videodora are long scions. They are descendants of the Aeon of Permanence. That was why some, but not all, could turn into dragons. The power was a rare inheritance, passed down only to those who could successfully complete numerous rites and challenges. For the inheritor, it was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse.
I've heard the story of Long the Permanents and their descendants. Many myths and legends praise the Eon for a rich and immortal life. But for some reason, the Eon disappeared among the stars without a trace. Almost as if they had never existed, leaving only their descendants. Every life has its limit. Even the Eons are not truly immortal and will eventually reach the end of their lives.
Let me ask you one more question. Do you know the person in the coffin?
Yes.
Watches Elo.
Friend?
No.
So, a sweetheart?
Miss, whatever gave you that impression? The individual in the coffin is neither friend nor relative. We met only once. By chance, I made someone a promise, and so I have to run this errand. Let's leave it at that, shall we? I think we've all had enough rest.
I don't want. No, stop it.
They're all in trauma mode. Interesting. Okay. No reason to fight if they're in trial mode. Actually, if I get loot though, so let's see.
What was that? A new crucible for the furnace.
This will strengthen our...
Oh.
Want to see what I can do? Dodge this!
You!
Have no interest in conflict.
Bloom.
Don't worry about me. I'll stop.
Let me through!
Fighting is meaningless. The truth of life in the sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Okay, no resources, so we can just run past them.
Mara struck.
It looks like someone's hurt. Silent but deadly. Locha, let's charge in together. If we take them out quickly, we can rescue the girl.
What happened to us letting you handle it?
I've only got 2 hands. Please, I'll wangle you a prize for your bravery or something when it's all over.
Enough. Let's go.
Dodge this!
You!
Take this! Surprise Phoenix!
Eternal State.
Dead return!
Nothing major.
Want to see what I can do? You're not going anywhere!
The truth of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Bloom. Repay.
I've no interest in conflict.
Miss, are you okay?
What do you think?
Sorry, I didn't see any blood, so I thought you were okay. You're a puppet.
My motor is broken. I can't move. Are you a Cloud Knight? Good. Take me to the Realm Keeping Commission.
Locha, silent but deadly. I'm afraid we have to delay things again. This lady is one of the judges of the Ten Lords Commission. As a Cloud Knight, I must prioritize her orders. I'm sorry. If I'd known, I wouldn't have got you to come with me. You'd probably be there by now if you'd gone by yourself.
I happen to have some medical knowledge. Perhaps I can treat the young lady's injuries?
Well, it's just... she's a puppet. I think we should just take her to the Realm Keeping Commission.
Don't worry, Miss Sushang. Leave it to me. You might get an aching or numbing sensation, but it shouldn't be too painful. Do you think you can hold still?
It won't work. My body is mechanical, not flesh and blood.
Be it mechanical or organic, we're still dealing with composite substances. I just hope you'll tolerate my methods.
Curious.
How... oh, what kind of medical knowledge is this?
Abundance.
Very good. We, no longer need to return to the Realm Keeping Commission. The mission continues. As a judge in the employ of the Ten Lords Commission, I am forbidden from interfering in the affairs of outsiders. However, seeing as you came to my aid, a word of advice. Leave as soon as possible. I came to address the root of our crisis by arresting a fugitive, a Stellaron hunter. This villain possesses exceptional swordsmanship and wields a divine weapon. They are extremely dangerous. If it hadn't been for a strange accident, my wake span might have been cut short.
Strange accident?
They always walk away like they're super suspicious.
Come with me.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even eons can be killed. Is it so unthinkable? There are many stories about fallen eons. Lon the Permanence, Drilla the Beauty, Dana the Order, Tazeronth the Propagation, Akivili the Trailblaze. These names were once known all over the universe. And now they've all but disappeared, leaving behind only masterless paths. And currently, there are 3 ways an eon can perish known to humanity. 1. Paths with overlapping concepts will eventually collide, and the broader path will engulf the narrower one. That's how Enna the Order was assimilated by Shipe the Harmony. 2. In a war between eons, the stronger side will annihilate the weaker one. That's how Tazeronth the Propagation fell. Under the guidance of the Hunt, the Cienjo Alliance travels the universe exterminating abominations cultivated by the Abundance. So, the Cienjo, too, are engaged in this process. As far as I know, the predecessors of the Alliance were the Elixir Seekers. They searched for Yaoshe and longed for the blessing of immortality. When they eventually found the Aeon, they received the blessing that did indeed prevent death, the Ambrosial Arbor. But immortality turned out to be a curse for the Xianzhou. That's when the Hunt appeared, firing an arrow and felling the Ambrosial Arbor. Ever since, the Alliance has followed the Hunt in pursuit of Yaoshe, erasing the curse of immortality from the universe along the way. What do you think? Fascinating stories, no? They're the kind of stories that folks on the straight and narrow would never tell you. Hold on. Any minute now. It's begun. Let's go, Blady. 2 more places to visit.
Did Kafka escape? How are we gonna explain this to the Master Diviner?
If what she said is true, we won't have to explain anything.
Hey, did she brainwash you? Wasn't this the dead tree Qingque showed us earlier? How did it grow all of a sudden?
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Even the long-lived might not witness something like this in their lifetime. I'm so lucky.
Such extraordinary energy. It's the Stellaron.
Mr. Yang, do you mean the Stellaron is making the Ambrosial Arbor grow?
Yes, the Stellaron the Cloud Knights are searching for must be causing this anomaly.
Finally, can explore this realm. Oh. You must wait 42 hours to buy another random fruit. So it seemed like you already bought a fruit, so you have to wait the X amount of time. I think it's 1 hour and 42 minutes is my guess, but it could be 1 day and 42 hours. Or I don't know, actually. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, you have 1 hour and 42 minutes. You have to wait. Roblox update again.
Ample supplies. Unless Kafka deceived the Matrix of Prescience.
Stay calm, Diviner Fu. The Matrix of Prescience does not lie. The logic you have laid out concerning Kafka makes sense. It has helped me to fill in another piece of the puzzle. I agree there is a hostile external force at work on the Luofu. The Stellaron didn't appear out of thin air. Someone managed to sneak it onto the ship. As for the culprits behind the Luofu's internal strife, I believe we are dealing with the so-called disciples of Sanctus Medicus. That shadowy organization of the denizens of abundance. Kafka's revelations confirm my suspicions.
General, when did you have these suspicions?
The moment the planter of the Stellaron revealed himself. The Xianzhou has the blessing of the Rainbow Arbiter, and only another Eon's Emanator would be capable of sneaking onto this ship without my knowing. We are dealing with an external threat. The Stellaron corrosion continues to flood into the ship, and yet it bypassed both the seat of divine foresight and the shackling prison. There is forethought here. Our enemy must have had access to Luofu intelligence for things to unfold in this way. It is evident now. The Stellaron hunters aren't the ones behind the curtain. No. As soon as I set eyes on Blade, it was clear to me. But why is he here? And why did he draw the Astral Express? That piece of the puzzle still eludes me. Nevertheless, Lady Fu, your intel means the puzzle is more complete than it was before. These Stellaron hunters are a captivating group. Such lengths to get the Xianzhou and the Express onto the same track. Who would have believed it?
General, we must retain all urgency. The Ambrosial Arbor.
It's the Stellaron. No need to search high and low. The traders have planted it in the Ambrosial Arbor's delve, thereby causing the tree to grow once again. The disciples of Sanctus Medicus couldn't hold off any longer.
Every crisis is a turning point. A problem is easier to resolve when you know where it lies. Am I coming up with a plan again?
Of course. I'm sure you have a countermeasure at the ready, Master Diviner.
From my perspective, convening the Cloud Knights is our immediate priority. We must head into the roots of the Ambrosial Arbor, expel the Stellaron spirits, and prevent the Arbor's resurrection.
As ever, the Master Diviner's omniscia provides for the fastest solution. However, sometimes speed is not everything. I have known the Stellaron's location for a while now. So why have I held back our forces?
General?
Well?
You're a scoundrel.
Pulling up the grass requires removing the roots. The disciples of Sanctus Medicus have chosen to make their move now. Which means the Cloud Knights have the situation under control, and the traders have run out of patience. Now is the time to capture them all in one fell swoop.
You've been sitting on that this whole time? How will you justify the losses if something goes wrong, General?
Please, Lady Fu. I still have forces to deploy. We were in need of extra hands, and the Stellaron hunters were kind enough to bring us together with the Astral Express. How could I look the other way?
The General's smiling again. Definitely errands. It's my fault. I had higher expectations of the General. Please, we can't keep getting them to do everything for us. Since when did we run out of people on the Luofu? Why are you staring at me? Do I need to remind you, General, that the Ambrosial Arbor's access point is a closely guarded secret? Allowing Outworlders would be...
a violation of the rules and regulations. I would like to remind you, Lady Fu, that the Xianzhou comes before its rules and regulations, all the more so in times of crisis. As such, I am about to make a decision that runs counter to those rules and regulations. Oh, decisions plural. What a rare pleasure. Lady Fu, I hereby issue you with the military tally. The Cloud Knights will be under your control. You will act in concert with the other forces in the approach to the Ambrosial Arbor through the Alchemy Commission delve.
Under my control?
You've been eager to discover for yourself what it is to be a general, have you not?
You've never given me the opportunity, and now suddenly... Understood. As you wish.
As for our astral friends, I hereby formally welcome you all to join our operation to seal the Stellaron. Lady Fu will deploy the Cloud Knights, but I would like you to set off in advance. Take a shortcut through the Artisanship Commission and convene with Lady Fu further down the line. This is no order, honored guests. I'm merely stating what needs to be done should you wish to help us.
You've never really seen us as outsiders, huh?
Miss Tingyun, I would like you to continue to serve as a guide for our astral friends.
Oh, of course, General. I am duty-bound.
A step forward bridges no distance hence. The hexagram was right. The Ambrosial Arbor was felled thousands of years ago. Now it returns to life. The future of the Xianzhou is difficult to define. He really is a delegator at heart, isn't he? There isn't much distance between the Artisanship and Alchemy Commissions. I'm afraid the former is likely also facing imminent catastrophe. The star skiff is ready. I will lead the way. Where are you going? The star skiff is ahead of us. Follow my lead. Lend me your strength.
Let's make it quick.
Time to twirl! Honored to meet me. You'll pay for this. What's in your prescription? Lend me your strength. Time to twirl! What are you looking at? We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them!
Lend me your strength.
Rules are made to be broken.
Lend me your strength.
Let's go.
Where are you going? The star skiff is ahead of us. Follow my lead.
One zero 1010 is the way.
Friday at lunchtime. Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. Alright, I'm going to get something to drink. Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. Friday lunchtime. Christ, you're the only one from Amazing. Thank you that we could take this time and, read the writings of the ancients. We can read. You're the God of order. Your steps to how you created. And even in that, you're speaking so much. You're speaking more than just the creating. You're speaking about your nature. You are our Elohim, and we're learning so much good stuff about you. Please keep revealing more. And learning about your creation also teaches a lot about Jesus. So Jesus, read to us what it means to the ancients and how so it gives us hope and meets us now. Amen. Genesis chapter 1 verse 26, Friday lunchtime. God said, "Let us make human beings in our image, as our likeness, so that they can hold sway over the fish in the sea, the birds in the heavens, the cattle, all the earth, and all the things that move on the earth." It's coming. Yep. We human beings are pretty self-centered creatures. For their scripture reading, some churches like mine use a lectionary, a set list of passages for reading such Sunday, and when we read Genesis 1, we are inclined to jump from the opening verse, the headline, to the creation of human beings. After all, that's when the creation story gets really interesting, isn't it? When it starts being about us. But it's a big jump from verse 1 to verse 26. The chapter is actually 5-6 over before it reaches humanity. God did not think about us until Friday lunchtime. And you know about the cars that are made on Friday afternoon. This balance in Genesis 1 suggests the real importance of the whole created world. The light and sky, lamps and stars, sea and land, vegetation, sea creatures, birds, and land animals. They are not created just for us. They exist in their own rights. Indeed, arguably, we are created for them, to take the process of bringing order to their lives and their interrelationship. We are created to hold sway over the fish and the birds and the animals, to master the world. Genesis uses quite forceful words in this connection. It suggests that the animate world needs strong supervision. After all, animals attack each other and eat each other. Genesis assumes that God can hardly have intended that. The Old Testament's vision is for lions to lie down with lambs, but they are not yet inclined to do so. Although the work of creation is complete by the end of Genesis 1, the world is not yet what God wanted it to be. It is still on the way. Humanity was created to exercise dominion over the animate world so that it could reach its destiny, to fill the earth so as to bring to completion that process of ordering. It is in connection with its vocation to get the world under firm control that Genesis speaks of humanity's being made in God's image, or as God's likeness. The second term underlines the first. There is no subtle point being made by having two words. In that connection, the creation of humanity is indeed the high point of the story so far. Finally, God does come to think about the last creative act of the week. Far from simply preparing to go home at Friday lunchtime, God goes in for a special act of deliberation. Let's make humanity as our image. So far in the story, when God has spoken, it has been only to do magic or to give names or to bless. But here is God speaking in order to voice an inner thought. The Old Testament usually alludes to inner thoughts with the word saying because when we're thinking. We're saying things to ourselves. So it is with God. When you know that God is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, you might wonder whether the "let us make" is spoken by the persons of the Trinity. But this was not what Genesis meant. Its authors did not know about the Trinity, and neither did its audience. If the audience asked themselves what God meant by the us, they perhaps assumed it was appropriate for God to speak in a kind of majestic plural. As a monarch may say, "we have decided," and mean, "I have decided." But the main point about the expression is to mark the special significance of this final climatic act of creation. In what sense are we made as are in God's image? Over the centuries, people have understood this expression in light of what was important to them. For people to whom ethics is important, God's image suggests moral responsibility. For people to whom spirituality is important, God's image suggests a spiritual nature. For people to whom relationships are important, God's image suggests being relational. What would God's image have meant to an Israelite? The Israelites were very familiar with images. By definition, an image is something physical and visible. Most gods had images. The image represented the deity in the world. The real God does not have images of this kind, but the idea of the image provides a way of thinking about humanity as the visible, physical representation of God. The Old Testament assumes that there is a radical difference between God and humanity. Genesis again strikes a very different note from the one struck by the creation stories other peoples told. As the Babylonians saw it, the world, humanity, and the gods all came into being out of the same stuff. In a down-to-earth sense, humanity was much more closely linked to the gods than is the case in Genesis understanding. Here, there's an absolute difference between God and humanity. God is the Holy One, the supernatural one, the heavenly one, the one who is and was and is to come, who has no beginning and no end. Human beings are the opposite of all that. We are ordinary, earthly, and limited. We come into being, we live, and we die. Genesis 1 has already implied a recognition of all this in describing God as the creator. Yet, it has also described God as rather human-like. God speaks, God acts, God makes, God works in an organized way. God looks at things and notes how good they are. God is a different league of person from us. But God is a person like us, not an abstract force or a principle. So despite the huge difference, Genesis says we are made in God's image. Human beings are the kind of entity God would be if God were earthly. God could hardly have become a horse. Horses were not made in God's image. Human beings were made godlike, so it was not so unnatural for God to become a human being. It is this fact that makes it possible for God sometimes to appear in human form in the Old Testament, and it eventually makes natural God's incarnation in Christ. In this sense, it was not logically difficult for God to become a human being altogether. It involved some sacrifice, as well as the image of a deity that other peoples used in worship. Being made in God's image might have made Israelites think of the way Middle Eastern kings sometimes placed statues in different parts of their realm to represent the king to his subjects. It reminded them of who is king here. It asserts his authority and reminds them to obey him. Humanity's being made as God's image would therefore make a neat link with the declaration that humanity is to master the earth. As God's visible image, humanity represents God in the world and its responsibility to hold sway over the earth's creatures on God's behalf. That was a good read. All right, friend, make it start. Zoom, zoom, zoom.
I still have important tasks from the General to attend to. Go carefully, all of you. Wait! Master Diviner! Can you divine our fortunes for us? Is there anything we need to watch out for? No need. My Omniscia has seen that your journey will be auspicious. Everything will proceed smoothly. Are you sure? You don't need to use a crazy device or do more finger counting?
Well said. Thank you for your assurance, Master Diviner. Onward.
Save that path for last. No, you have to line them up. I know what to do. It's just usually they give you one that you have just control, but here you manually have to control two. This is gonna be Mm-hmm. Oh, that one was quite the mind bender. Ooh. And hearts. Oh, crit rate, not crit damage. I'll come back later.
Huh? Look at all the people gathered here. Not a good day for commuting on the LaFu. The Artisanship Commission Delve should have suspended operations after the Stellaron corrosion began. Why haven't these people taken star skiffs to safety?
Maybe the Artisanship Commission are just more dedicated to their work? The Divination Commission's diviners aren't exactly a hard act to follow.
At the end of the day, work is work. You need it to live. You know, March, adults forget what relaxation means after a certain age.
Sounds like you're speaking from experience.
Just speaking from the heart, that's all.
I think they call that complaining from the heart.
Are any of the paths in this world easy to tread? The Artisanship Commission is full of workshops, building state-of-the-art mechanisms, and craftsmen designing brand new concepts. Periodically stirring up trouble is part of their tradition. Entire buildings vanishing into thin air, puppet riots. You get the picture. It seems like the craftsmen are too afraid to go in, but they have nowhere to run to either. We should take care, benefactors. Something terrible must have happened.
Either way, we'll have to go in. Let's ask around first.
Is this part of the same area? No. Ooh.
useful supplies.
Right, those are maxed.
Another locked gate. Time for the old dilemma. Break in or climb over?
A warm reminder, benefactors, that the Artisanship Commission is as important to the Xianzhou as the Divination Commission. Our law states that trespassing into the Artisanship Commission can result in a prison sentence of between 300 to 500 years. Serious violations may result in exile on a barren planet, thousands of light years away. Yes, we do. Still, the Artisanship Commission is filled with security mechanisms. Even the General won't be able to save us in time if we get trapped.
Then we bust the traps.
I'm not trying to scare you. I'm simply suggesting you ask the craftsmen to see if they can provide an insider like Qingche to guide you. It seems more than a little reckless to charge in when we don't know what's ahead of us.
As expected, the divination was correct. If I hadn't repaired the shifting screen today, we'd have all been trapped. We'd be fertilizer by now. Still, the teleportation range wasn't enough.
Master Gongshu. Oh, are you guys Cloud Knights? Are you here to save us? Your clothes. I knew I was getting ahead of myself. You're just tourists.
I'll be back. Need some coffee.
sorry this crisis came during your trip. I'm sorry it came at all.
Yeah, you just need to tell us what the trouble is. General Jing Yuan pulled out all the stops to get us here. You can trust us.
You mean the General invited you? Is that a joke? The Luofu has the Cloud Knights. Why would he send outsiders? There's been a serious incident in the Artisanship Commission. Nobody's in the mood for jokes, miss.
You misunderstand, young sir. We genuinely want to help. Can you tell us what happened here?
There's been some kind of botanical disaster. It was like an ornamental tree somewhere suddenly started to grow. There were branches so thick you couldn't put your arms around them. It spread everywhere. The whole commission is being destroyed. I don't get it. The Artisanship Commission focuses on the mechanical. We've got nothing to do with hydroponics or accelerated growth. Where did that thing come from? Waiting around, that's what. We ran away. It was way too dangerous in there. Please, if you plan on living a little longer, don't go in there. The worst thing is, my master is still inside. Master Gongshu is the most experienced craftsman in the Artisanship Commission smelting works. He's in charge of our research project. When the incident happened, he dragged me, Zeming, and Yuncha to safety. But then he turned around and ran back in. I need to wait here for the Cloud Knights so I can tell them to rescue him.
Why did he run back in?
We didn't have time. We were scrambling for our lives. If I had an extra pair of arms, maybe I could have tried. I just heard him shout, "It's gone! We lost the furnace!" By the time we realized, he'd already vanished. Anyway, you said you're here to help us, right?
100%. The General sent us.
You don't have to believe us. The Astral Express doesn't shout about its achievements. We'll look for your master.
In that case, take this jade seal with you. If you find my master, please bring him out safe and sound. If anything happens to him...
Don't worry, young sir. Your master's safety is our...
None of us would be able to graduate this year.
Let's go. I think this conversation's run its course. Botanical disaster? It must be the Ambrosial Arbor. But what about the furnace his master mentioned?
The Stellaron facilitated the resurrection of the Ambrosial Arbor. The severity of the corrosion becomes worse as it grows.
Look, the roots are coming up through the ground. I'm afraid we've got some gardening work to do.
There's always a weakness. Lend me your strength. Time to twirl!
What are you waiting for? To betray my customers? I charge extra. How you gonna win if you don't take any risks?
Upon commission grounds your feet do tread. Leave from whence you came, or soon be dead. Dead. Stay away. If you come any further, I'll not spare you.
Hold on! Let us explain. We're not...
What excuses do you have? Surprised me. Just passing by. Stumbled in, door wide open. Within commission grounds today was sown an evil... Golden cloud toad, illumination dragonfish. Are you all right? Wake up. I raised you like my own flesh and blood. Did you really have to destroy my little friends? I want compensation.
You didn't want to listen to us. We were here to rescue you and you started a fight for no reason.
How do you know my name, child? Does the reputation of Gongshu Liang, the smelter extraordinaire, precede one?
This guy's pretty deluded for a master.
We're passing through on our way to the Alchemy Commission at the behest of General Jing Yuan and Diviner Fu. We'd like you to show us the way, Master Gongshu.
Really? The General sent you? Then this must be a mere misunderstanding. Don't worry about those things. Easy to fix. But there's not much I can do to help. The Artisanship Commission was suddenly taken over by some evil tree demon. It seized our most precious possession, the Creation Furnace. It's a dark and powerful entity. The robots, it was like they gained consciousness. They were moving in a circle around it. I fear approaching it is tantamount to suicide. But then, I couldn't just run away, knowing what lies sealed in the furnace. I'm sure General Jing Yuan must have believed wholeheartedly that you could save the Artisanship Commission from this crisis. Means I know of may yet serve your fight. Pray you in repayment aid my plight. Come on, through here. Look, this is one of the Artisanship Commission's prototypes. The shifting screen. Good thing I got the students to take it out and make a few adjustments. Otherwise, they'd never have managed to get out in time. You all saw the Jade Gate on your way in, I assume? The shifting screen works in the same way. It connects two spatial coordinates in ways that laymen wouldn't understand.
Let's see what he's done. Cool.
limited range and energy costs aside, to every starskiff soon shall woe betide!
You sure about that? Even our trailblazing space anchors sound better.
Thank goodness you take the time to perfect these inventions, Master. If not, the Skyfaring Commission would have become quite redundant by now.
Ordinarily, I could have used this beauty to teleport you thither, but through earth and air the wretched branches boiled, the shifting screen entangled thence and coiled. How observant. You would make an excellent student. The Commission is more than a match for Mother Nature. Ah! Oh, piteous tree, who think thyself so strong, your match and more in strength to meet ere long. This is the first thing that came to mind when the tree demon attacked. It's a mechanical device codenamed the Illumination Chest. I invented this weapon for the Cloud Knights. It's incredibly powerful, but...
Let me guess. Limited range? Energy costs?
Every light has its shadow. But this is more than enough to deal with the tree demon.
Are you max level?
And then... ignite! Fire beats wood! There's no way we can lose!
I see now.
Very good. The master reveals the door, but the apprentice must walk through it. You're much better than my useless students. What's happening? Is the delve collapsing? Seems like it worked. That tree demon must be writhing in pain. All right, there's no time to lose. Hurry through the shifting screen to the opposite side before the branches grow back.
Something down here to fight. What? Oh. Okay.
The enemy situation
Fire,
has
ice, wind.
changed.
Fire, ice, wind, lightning. Which don't need that. All right.
Show your courage. Upgrade configured. Found your weak. Time to get vigilant.
Oh.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them. Everything is ridiculous.
Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing. Who will it be?
Time to twirl. Lend me your strength. Honored to meet me. Do you know who I... This big diamond! It's all yours!
No manners, huh?
What are you looking at? Time to twirl! I won't break. Time to twirl! Need a doctor? What's in your prescription? How appropriate. This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength. Honored to meet me.
Who will it be? Everything is ridiculous. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Lend me your strength.
Who invited you?
Huh? Need a doctor? We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them. Let me tend your wounds. Hi-ya! Do you know who I... This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
No manners, huh?
You'll pay for that.
But I want to know, Jane. It's not over! That didn't count. Let's go again.
Spider-Man! How appropriate. What's in your prescription?
Saving me won't
This
earn
battle
you
is
any
unavoidable.
favors. Who invited you? Who will it be?
Troublesome. Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength. Need a doctor? Hiya!
No manners, huh? Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
You bully! You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
Yeah.
Oh, look, the ambrosial arbor's roots.
They've encoiled the Artisanship Commission's most precious invention, the creation furnace!
What?
Help me, dear young friends! Let's hack them away together! We can't let the roots punch through the furnace!
Careful, it's changing.
Whoa! What kind of monster is this?
Miraculous! It creates life at will! Such incredible power!
Time to get vigilant! A gift from the stars. What are you looking at? Time to twirl!
Rules are made to be broken.
Let me tend your wounds.
It's guarding the ambrosial arbor's roots and the furnace.
Time to twirl! This big diamond, it's all yours!
Let's make it quick.
Need a doctor? What's in your prescription? Hiya! Everything is worth. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Let's go.
No matter how much damage we do, it just heals itself. Not fair.
We'll have to retreat for now. Follow me.
No wonder the Xianzhou is so scared of the abominations of abundance. They're unstoppable. Miss Ting Yun, are the long-life species on the Xianzhou all like this?
No! I'm afraid this ebon deer was likely birthed by the ambrosial arbor as its guardian. It shares a close connection with the arbor's roots. Most living creatures on the Xianzhou don't have abilities like this.
Huh. As long as it's there, we can't get any closer.
I wonder... The Evandir seems to heal itself instantly, but perhaps it's drawing that power from elsewhere.
Yeah! It can't heal if we take out the source, right?
The monster only seems to be active in the vicinity of the arbor. Let's look around and see if we can find anything.
So the General asked you to head to the Alchemy Commission, huh? The Artisanship Commission had no choice but to halt operations once the tree demon appeared.
Oh, look thee!
Time to twirl! Time to twirl!
Let's make it quick.
The stars will always remember us.
Young friends, I have a suggestion. Why don't we...
Any thoughts, Master Gongshu?
When the deer revives, the surrounding roots glow brightly.
Oh, great observation, Mr. Gongshu. It's amazing what you notice when you're not fighting.
I'm only an artisan, after all. My skills in clash of swords shall find no sake. Yet that which clasheth needeth hands to make. As Mr. Yang said, the deer monster is likely drawing power from somewhere in order to replenish itself. I'm certain that when the arbor glows, we are witnessing that very process. Precisely. You remember how we untangled the shifting screen with fire?
You're right. Those roots never grew back.
Not only that, its reaction suggested we'd hurt it. Perhaps that's our starting point.
Take hold of your weapons, young comrades. Let's raise these roots to the ground.
Like an evil tree.
See? My theory was correct! Keep going!
Time to get vigilant!
Oh, look thee!
Rules. are made to be broken.
Treason.
Just a scratch.
What's in your prescription? Tasty.
Everything is ordained. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing. Who invited you?
Gotcha. Wow, my turn.
Let's make it quick.
Let me tend your wounds.
No manners, huh? Who will it be?
Wait for the tiles. You bully! Look at the draw, please, and victory! Need a doctor?
Everything is ordained. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
We're on a roll.
Oh.
We're just having fun.
Rules are made to be broken.
More business, eh?
We're on a roll. We're in the money. Yeah. Ha. We're in the money.
I don't think we're in a position to take down this deer.
Oh, nice. Oh, I see. That's a... Hmm.
When they keep quiet.
We're just having fun.
This is our chance.
Wait for the tiles.
We're just having
Rules are made to be broken.
We're in the money.
Huh? Huh. There's a fruit roll in that game? What does the fruit roll do? Oh, is it? Are you talking about that game?
Choose to strike.
That is.
more business, eh?
That's black fruit, right? Excited trying out another fruit.
What are you waiting for? To betray my customers? I charge extra.
Let's go.
Need a doctor? Hiya! We're on a roll. Stay calm. Luck of the draw, please. And victory! We're on a roll.
Looks like Brittany's leaving to go get Jason. Of course, I'm just seeing if there's any treasure down here. You know those jades, right? It pretty much allows her to start with 2 extra jades. It's not too hard. So I have to make it match these two. So their sensor on top, I just need to make sure those are on top.
We're in the money.
Attack, crit rate, effect rate. Yeah. See here, attack, defense, attack, attack, attack. Can't beat that. Yeah, that's just. Oh.
Time for another round. Let's get him. Feeling lucky. Upgrade configured. Found your weakness. Time to get vigilant. Do you know who I... This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to grow! Time to... What's in your prescription? Tasty. Time to get vigilant. Who will it be? Wait for the top. Honored to meet me. Let me tend your wound. Win big. Need a doctor? You bully!
Who invited you? Who will it be?
Time to twirl! Everything is ridiculous.
Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Choose me to strike. Gotcha. My turn. Do you know who I... This big diamond! It's all yours! Finally! How appropriate. Win big, keep quiet. Let me... Good, Luke. What's in your prescription? Wait.
Oh, nice. The spin fruit's really good. Hmm.
You ready? Get one shot.
Here we go. Got it. Oh, almost do. You just need to join. Darn it. Nope. There. Oh, almost there.
What I do A? And then maybe that one.
See, I can't because then it moves that. See? And now I can do this.
Well, that
Do I have this already?
Food! Later.
Luck of the draw. Please. And... victory! Time to twirl!
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
It's like another puzzle. You missed it. I had to do one of those Jade puzzles.
Break those boxes. Give me every food you have right now. Quit it!
Hmm. Oh, nice. Fire.
1 minute.
Fire. Oh, lightning. Void.
Might as well beat it up. Ah, great. Who's next? No manners, huh? Wow! Gotcha. Only a scratch.
Oh, let's see. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Trying me. I think I can send her now.
You ready? See what fruit I get? You ready?
Sure.
Give me That's not fake. I just whispering.
Mm. Sure. Is that garbage fruit?
I'll float in the water.
You're like nobody else. I dream
Quick! There's more roots over here!
Give me a moment. I'll set up the device.
Go.
I guess we're done.
I suspect the ambrosial arbor's root system must have spread far underground. The only thing we can say with confidence is that we removed the majority of those within the bounds of the Artisanship Commission. Let's hurry, before they have a chance to grow back.
So, the next step is...
Deer hunting.
Let's go.
I want to go deer hunting. Oh, it's a very bad deer. It's a very...
Scared yet?
Rules are made to be broken.
We're on a roll.
I'm bombing a billion bombs.
Oh, let's see. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Gotcha.
Look! The roots coiled around the creation furnace! They've withered! Excellent! Nothing can stop you now!
Rules are made to be broken.
Time to get vigilant.
Oh, let's see.
Come on, my turn.
Let's go.
All right, we're at...
Who's next?
All right, Char. We're gonna start reading it. All right, we're at... All right. You ready? Oh wait. Never mind. You said 1 second. All right. Christ, you're for amazing. Thank you for you. Thank you for being the uncompromising one. It's because you have never... You're a God of full integrity. If you look at all the other gods, are fickle in nature, and their fickleness goes into the destruction of humankind, but you have always been for the abundance of humankind. Yet you are not okay with especially when it causes destruction of others. Justice has to happen. Thank you for the order of creation that we have been reading. Please again reveal to us what it meant to the ancients, and then in turn give us hope in the now, in the present. Reveal us to Jesus, our Mashiach. Amen. Genesis chapter 1, 27-30, Friday afternoon, 3:30. Hydration. Okay. Are you finished with your grilled cheese? Okay. After reading, then take care of your bowl. Go ahead. Wait.
Luck of the draw. Please. And victory!
Yeah, it's a boss, yeah.
Time wasted your prescription! Saving me won't earn you any favors.
As soon as I get past the monitor. No, we're not.
So God created human beings in his image. He created them in the image of God. He created them male and female. God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful, be numerous." That. So God created human beings in his image. He created them in the image of God. He created them male and female. God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful, be numerous, fill the earth and master it. Hold sway over the fish in the sea, the birds in the heavens, and every creature that moves on the earth." And God said, "Now I give you all the plants that bear seed that are on the face of all the earth, and every tree with fruit that bears seed. These will be your food. To all the creatures of the earth, to all the birds in heaven, and to all the things that move on the earth that have living breath in them, I give all the green plants as food." So it came to be. My wife and I have... My wife and I have friends who used to keep an animal or two, and when we stayed with them for the weekend, we were introduced to a calf called Jeremy. It was at Sunday lunch that we met him. They brought Jeremy up, had him slaughtered and cut up, and put him in their freezer. This happened 30 years ago, but I still remember his name. It seemed horrible that we were eating him. Genesis rather suggests that there is indeed something barbaric about one creature eating another. In the West, we are usually shielded from the fact that we eat creatures that were once full of life like us. We buy our meat in packages from the supermarket, sanitized. This also shields us from the barbaric nature of the practice whereby animals are reared and killed for us. It doesn't fit with the logic of our being made in God's image when Genesis told us about the creation of plants and trees on day 3. It mentions only the trees that bear fruit. There was no mention of beech trees and redwoods. Here, the reason becomes clear. Genesis was concerned about plants and trees as sources of food. God now gives the plants and the fruit trees to humanity to eat, and also gives to the rest of the animal world all the other plants, the ones human beings don't eat. The shocking implication is that both humanity and the rest of the animate world were designed to be vegetarian. It is only after humanity has become disobedient to God that it eats meat. In the time of Noah, God then agrees to this. But at the time of creation, the thought of humanity eating meat was not in God's mind. So much for the idea that humanity is free to do what it likes with the world, to treat it as belonging to us, available for our exploitation. We were not even free to eat the animals we were put in charge of. So, people who do not eat meat are witnessing to an aspect of God's actual creation intent, whether they realize it or not. Yet to speak of being designed to be vegetarian may seem inappropriate because the physiology of creatures such as lions does not suggest they were designed to be vegetarian. Indeed, they will die if they try to live on grass. So maybe something else underlies the element in the creation story. It points to the fact that the world was designed to be a place characterized by harmony among its creatures. This is the destiny that God intended for it from the beginning, and to which God intends to take it. Women and men both share in the vocation to take it there. Genesis supplements created in God's image with the affirmation that God thus made humanity, male and female. Woman and men together comprise this image. The statement is an extraordinary one in this opening chapter of Genesis, written in a patriarchal culture. One might wonder whether the author of Genesis saw the implication of this declaration. Certainly, generation after generation of Christians have not seen it. We have often talked and behaved as if the male was the normal and full form of a human being, with the female a deviant and slightly inferior form. But both male and female belong to the image. You have the image of God represented in humanity only when you have both men and women there. When women are not present and involved in God's work in the world and in the church, the image of God is not present. Further, however, we understand the difference between men and women. The physical difference between them is a sign that this distinction is the elemental marker of diversity in humanity. As Jesus points out, God's making humanity male and female at the very beginning was very different implications from the way relationships develop when humanity turn away from God's vision. It is as creatures made jointly in God's image that women and men together have the task of mastering the earth. In Genesis 1, there is a structure of authority. God is the ultimate authority. God then delegates authority over creation to humanity, and women and men together are the means of exercising it. There is no suggestion in the creation stories that God designed the world to be a place where any human beings exercise authority over any others. There was no authority to be exercised by men over women, or husbands over wives. There were no masters and servants or slaves. There were no kings and subjects, and there were no emperors and underlings. As Bob Dylan put it in Gates of Eden, there are no kings inside the gates of Eden. There was neither slave or free, nor male or female, nor Jew or Gentile. All were one in creation. Having created humanity male and female, God blesses humanity, giving human beings an inbuilt capacity to reproduce like other animals. And God gives humanity the same commission as the rest of the animate creation, to fill the earth, and adds the commission to assert authority over the earth. Perhaps the reason that Genesis mentions humanity being male and female is that it's only their complementary that makes it possible for men and women to reproduce and fill the earth as well as exercise authority over it. A key way that women are involved in filling and holding sway over the world for God with men is by bearing children. Neither men on their own nor women on their own will be able to fill the earth and exercise authority over it. As well as raising questions for cultures that do not see women as sharing equally with men in God's image, Genesis thus raises questions for cultures that de-emphasize the importance of women's capacity to bear children. There are other parts of the Old Testament, such as the Song of Songs, that make clear that this is not the only way the Old Testament looks at womanhood and at the relationship of men and women. The Song of Songs has a perspective that is much more congenial to Western culture, but the point about the Bible is to confront us, not just to conform what we think already. And one important feature of the creation story is the high estimate God places on motherhood. God did not make every woman capable of having children. Apparently, God doesn't reckon that a woman is somehow less human if she isn't a mother. There are other ways of being fruitful, of making your contribution to the flourishing of the world. Genesis is talking about humanity as a whole, not about how things work out for every couple. But Western culture came to separate the world of work from the world of home, and to imply that the world of work is more important, and it thus devalues motherhood. Genesis counters all that. All right, friends, we can start.
Let's make it quick.
Rules are made to be broken.
Everything is ridiculous. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Choose me strike. Gotcha.
Let's go.
When they keep up. Need a doctor?
That didn't count. Let's go again. Everything is ridiculous. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Wait for the tiles.
What's in your prescription?
Saving me won't
Let's make
earn
it
my
quick.
favors.
Huh? Peaches? I am kinda hungry.
March.
I'm just saying. It'll be a shame if they get smashed to pieces.
March.
I'm missing all the violence.
No manners, huh?
Choose me strike. Look at the draw, please. And victory!
Rules are made to be broken.
Let me tend your wounds.
Who invited you? Who will it be?
My turn.
No manners, huh? Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Wait for the tiles. Come on.
Let's go.
Saving me won't earn you a
What's in
favor.
your prescription?
Who will it be?
Rules are made to be broken.
Who invited you?
Wait for the tiles.
It's taking a while. We'll be back. You're good. You're good. See, my guy's the most useless.
Upgrade configured.
Look! The roots coiled around. Excellent!
they come. Luck of the draw, please. And victory! Time to twirl. Let me tend your wounds.
Oh, you sausage!
What's in your prescription? Do you know who this big diamond? It's all yours! My turn. Time to twirl! Time to twirl! You don't look so good.
Who will it be?
Wait for the
Things are those stars. Give these trailblazers your blessing.
Oh my god.
Come on. What are you looking at? Need a doctor? Choose me strike. Honored to meet me. I won't break. This big diamond, it's all yours. Huh? Peaches? I am kinda hungry.
March.
I'm just saying.
I didn't
It'd be a shame if they get smashed to pieces. How appropriate.
Who will it be?
My turn. What are you looking at? Time to twirl! What's in your prescription?
Saving me won't earn you any favor.
Time to twirl!
Everything is where those stars. Give these trailblazers your blessing.
Whoa. Alright, let's make sure he doesn't bear another more fruit.
Saving me won't earn you any favors. Who will it be?
Time to twirl! When they keep quiet. Honored to meet me. It's getting weak. Quick, finish it off! Taste
No manners.
Wait for the time. Luck of the draw, please. And victory! Do you know who this big diamond? It's all yours! What's in your prescription? Tasty. What are you looking at? Need a doctor?
PPO!
Little pun achievement for you.
General Jing Yuan said the ambrosial arbor was an unfathomable celestial blessing. At first glance, that deer could have been an ordinary life form, but the ability to heal such grave wounds in an instant, I think I finally understand why the Xianzhou decided to follow the hunt in eradicating the abundance. If immortal creations were left to spread their branches and roots throughout the universe, entire ecosystems would collapse. No wonder the people of the Xianzhou wander the universe, never settling on a planet.
You are a man of vision, Mr. Yang. It's a shame our ancestors, the Elixir Seekers, were unable to see that hidden curse 8,000 years ago. Perhaps some of them did reject the Plague Author's gift. But how could an entire civilization resist the temptation of immortality? Ironic, isn't it? The wise are buried, while the fools remain immortal. The Xianzhou regrets being led astray by the abundance. That's why they have decided to embark on the path of the hunt. Maybe it's not too late for redemption. Thank you for your help. I realize you must continue on to the Alchemy Commission, to the Ambrosial Arbor. After witnessing what happened here, I know there will only be more danger ahead. Go, friends, and stay vigilant.
Yay!
I wish you a safe journey.
Boom!
She's right there.
I just glitched the boss. He went yeely weely. Not yeely. Boom! Please. Don't heal. Oh, he healed! Boom! What? How did you get up here? How did you hit me with that? Hey, Jason. We need a crabby enemy. Boom! Oh, this knockback. The knockback! You want to see a knockback? No. Please! Don't heal again. Please, boss. Yes, he didn't heal! Finally! Oh no, he's gonna heal for sure now. This is so annoying. I'm not getting fucking. Jason, the knockback on this scene, you don't want it to know. Are you ready? Boom!
So this is the Lafu's Ambrosial Arbor. It's my first time seeing it.
Aren't you a Cloud Knight?
Cloud Knights don't visit the Ambrosial Arbor without a reason. Plus, I'm new here. The Lafu's plague mark is a tree, while the Yao Qing's is a moon. I think we got the better one.
I heard that the ambrosial arbor shriveled and died a long time ago. How could it suddenly spring back to life and start growing again?
The influence of the Stellaron. There's no time for explanations. We must return to the Ten Lords Commission. I'm wounded. I need your assistance in getting there. Once we get to Starskip Jetty, you can go your separate ways.
Well, there's nothing else for it. We're duty-bound to help the Ten Lords Commission.
Hey, wait for us!
Yeah, Nikki went to the moon. Oh! Boom! Boom! Don't you dare kill him. I got it. Oh, a legendary sword? Wait. Charlie, look at this. Charlie, look how cool this looks. I do not. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. I gotta go try this on an enemy. I hate this game. Stop it! I'm back. Why am
Brand new. Oh. Yep, she does follow-up damage. That's why she has her.
What's the best place to grind for? I don't know right now.
You're the first Ten Lords Commission judge I've met. What do you guys do exactly?
Our work concerns the Mara struck and the lifespans of long-life species.
Oh. Hopefully you'll be the last one I meet for a while then.
I don't think this is the way.
think this is the way.
Oh, okay.
Be careful, everyone.
Choose from strike.
Rules are made to be broken.
Time to twirl! We're on a roll. Stay calm. Just come on. Time to twirl! Oh dear.
Let's make it quick.
Let me tend your wounds. Wait for the top.
Oh, I see.
Huh? Why is there still a civilian out here?
I fear not death, for the fate of the Artisanship Commission now rests entirely on my shoulders. chance! Asai, escape while you still can. There's no hope of the Cloud Knights arriving now. As darkness falleth, think not what is just. To this old man entrust your hopes. You must.
Don't try to be a hero.
That's a waste of your time.
Asai, since when were you able to speak?
Hey, do I sound like a dog to you?
No! My apologies, miss. No wonder I was confused. I never installed a human speech module in the little guy. No. But what is the meaning of this? I'm the only one left here. The apprentices all fled. You should probably do the same.
You just said there's no hope of the Cloud Knights arriving. I happen to be a Cloud Knight. Wouldn't you call this a timely arrival? Come with us for now. I'll take care of things here later.
That won't do. As a senior artisan, I can't just abandon my post.
Looks like we're gonna have to resort to unconventional methods. Are you gonna come with us willingly? Or do I have to ask the guy behind me to carry you in his white death box?
Can you give me a moment to consider those options?
That's annoying. The
Miss Cloud Knight, why did the General send you out here all alone?
The extent of the disaster means the Cloud Knights are short on manpower. But don't worry, I'll keep you safe.
This is a few more steps and we're at the main gate. Thank you for escorting me. We must go our separate ways.
how's your day, love?
What level are you playing?
It's for you.
Is that one of the campaign levels?
It's just a few steps away. You're not leaving with us?
No.
Everyone has their duties and obligations. From the day I joined the Artisanship Commission, I've been taking care of the ins and outs of its operations without a day's rest. And today is no exception. The apprentices fled, as they should have. But I cannot let them see their master flee from peril. This is as far as I go with you. I must see what more I can do for the Artisanship Commission.
Master Gongshu.
No use in trying to talk me out of it, young miss. This old man cherishes his life. He won't do anything rash. On your way now.
Yeah, there's nothing Lobo! That's a giraffe. I call it Longo, okay? See how you won? Or not, they did 3,000 damage to you, right?
Everyone has their duties. Let's go.
The beans! I like my bed. But the bear that shows all my teeth.
It doesn't look like it wants to let us through. Do you think if I yell at it, it could scare it off?
I doubt that. I think Atsai is the only one here still taking orders from people.
Any ideas?
I've got one. Bring it down.
You know, you're getting less silent and more deadly by the minute. Sounds good. Let's get it.
Cut your losses. Wow. Do you know who I...
This big diamond!
It's all yours! Time to twirl!
Rules are made to be broken.
Time to twirl! Now move it!
Time to twirl!
Let's go.
Time to show what's in your prescription! Take on my turn. What are you looking at?
Let's make it
Do you
quick.
know who I...
This big diamond!
It's all yours!
Let's go.
Need a doctor? Stay off! How choosing strike. Look at the draw, please. And victory! Honored to meet me.
Time to twirl!
So, are judges all loners? You don't seem to have any backup.
Judges of the Ten Lords Commission have always acted independently, each carrying out their duty in solitude. However, I have a younger sister. You remind me of her. There's the star skiff. The rebirth of the Ambrosial Arbor was bound to bring calamity. The Cloud Knights must be at the Alchemy Commission, next to the Arbor. You should head the same way. Thank you for ensuring my safety on this journey. I will report this good deed to the Ten Lords. And if the opportunity arises, I will return the favor.
We're glad we could help. She mentioned the Cloud Knights were at the Alchemy Commission. I should find a ship and regroup with my unit. What about you? Aw, you just can't bear to see me go, huh? Come on then, let's go together.
We are most grateful, Miss Sushan.
That's not his best pet. He has a 900 pet. I hit a new record, I guess. But it's not cool. 24x! Ooh, look at I got a mythic. That's a 2.85 chance. Don't worry, I'll get a monkey. I don't care. I'll get the monkey someday. Hold on, I'm gonna have your pets. I scream that kid. I'll make a pee.
When they keep stay calm. Time to twirl. Come on. This big diamond, it's all yours. Time to twirl.
Oh gosh.
How you gonna win if you don't take any risks?
Oh, ow.
Come on. My turn. Time to twirl.
What is that?
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Yeah, he's using ping pong. He just loves the ping pong. And he's just trying to ping pong at me. Get a clay glove gun! Oh, I didn't equip it. Oh, no. I'm being chased! Hey, buddy! Wait, my glove is still gone. Oh, I almost got you. Oh, that was you. Ah! I knocked you off. I got knocked off by the sun. Jake, I feel bad.
Oh my gosh.
No! He has Reaper! Oh, I should see shiny. No! Come back here. I will kill you. No, I will kill you. Get over here.
Looks good.
Yes, I killed him! I killed him! I killed him right before he hit me. I died. Where you going, you butt? Bro, that is so funny. You say miss? Get out of here, Dream! That's it. I'll nuke the screen. Whoa! Ow! You actually killed me! Yes! Get airstrikes! Shit. Ow! I just killed Yes! Don't get me. Now flash on you. What's it your kids? Get away from me, cheese man. Did somebody say cheese? I need some cheese. Oh, well, that cheese didn't feel so good. Ah! Get out of here!
Looks good.
Why is Fanning on me? Yes! Cheese man.
Ooh.
Cheese makes me fart. No.
Until she has a physical
You
one.
ain't winning
Let's see
today!
if I
No, you're so close to dying. No! Oh yeah, Jason! Oh, I got you in the air. Oh my god! Yes! No! Nice! She lagged! That is so dumb. Yes! You rat booty cheat! But can you please help me win? No! You get eaten by your own business. You push!
Hey, scream, my friend.
I like how you said scream and then the depth animation is scream. Tell me you're gonna try to bust me. I'm gonna try to bust all of you. Get out of here, Six-Man! Oh no! Get traffic accident! Get out. Getting prepared to be boss! No! Dang it! I died. Why'd you reset? Oh, I know exactly. Swap. Get up. I already got the top. Snap. Up. Snap. That's me with Ah! Trev, you have enough slats. Let me get some slats. Now.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Jason! You just have to.
Nope.
I can't decide.
You just need to go get it and now get the private server, I guess.
Just thinking about work gives me a full body migraine. blade and flight! Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing! Time to twirl! This big diamond, it's all yours! Hey! Time to twirl! You bully! Who will it be? Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing! Hit! Strike with heart! Who invited you? What are you looking at? Time to twirl! This big diamond, it's all yours! Swords descend!
Wow. That is some numbers.
Inside of it, there's a diamond chest, and it says, "Lands of sand, my home does stand. No dark and grim, bring light within." And then you have to like grab this torch. So I can't get up because I've already done it. And then you have to go to Desert Island. You have to go into one of the houses, and like use the torch to burn down a door. And then when you burn down the door, then it'll like give you a cup, and then you have to go to Winter Island and fill it with water, and then you have to go to there's a place on Winter Island. Yeah, I know. Where there's like a house in Winter Island that you have to give the water to the poor man, and then he'll be like, "Thank you." And then you have to go to Marine Island, or Pirate Village, talk to the rich man that you see. He'll tell you to go to one of the small islands with one of those bosses, kill a high-level boss, and then you'll get an item. You have to go all the way back to, Marine Village, or Pirate Village, give the item to the rich man, and as a thank you, he'll open the gate. Oh, Charlie! Look it!
What should I observe today?
NPC. Wait, what did the NPC do? I don't know. He's not saying anything, so I have no idea. Alright. Bye, Charlie. Whee! Stitch already if I might not come to the same ship, right? No, because if you two have me added, then it's not gonna bring me to a server. Sorry, did you? No, you can try and if I'm in your server, you are. Because you could join me. And also, but at first it said a question. Your friend, you're a girl, has joined the experience. You're an e-girl, has joined the experience. Oh, no. He's at the match. Oh. Hey Charlie, I'm gonna kill this swan guy, boss. This big guy. Level 240. Wow. Why? He tried to use his attack and he just fell over inside of the room. Need to get money! Oh, this guy does not stop. Nobody cares about your ice cream. Stop. Kill him. I can't. PvP is off, I think. It's not live. I don't want him to die. Oh, yep, he has the PvP on. Oh, you're dead now. Oh, you're trying to hit me? You're gonna regret that. Oh, I help you. Don't, please. Why? Because I don't want help. I killed him. I actually got him. Let's go. Now for the boss, stop interrupting me and stealing my kill. Dude, please go away. Oh my god. Stop.
Oh.
You need to fix that, Charlie. I don't have to fix it. I know, but it's annoying.
The best way to say that, Jason, is you could ask him. You know how you have to fix it. You have to.
Yeah, I did that, but it didn't work.
You left. You.
Yeah, that's what I did.
You have to leave the game. You have to like leave.
Yeah,
Roblox.
that's what I did.
You did it, and it still made that sound. Can you check your? Is your auto clicker on? Actually, Charlie, we can actually mute it. When you're in a place, hit the sound option on the bottom right side.
What
should I
observe today? Oh.
Can you see the stars from here, too?
Tree remained dead for thousands of years, and it figured now's a good time to come back to life?
Ah, you're back. From the sound of your stride, I sense you're in good spirits. I wouldn't be envious. This is not an innate ability, merely compensation for my visual impairment. Ultimately, nothing I hear or smell can match the vividness of the colors that you perceive. Let's get down to business. I analyzed the prescription you procured, the draft of Draconic Surge. Now that I have a preliminary conclusion, it needs to be delivered to the seat of Divine Foresight. The conclusion. Put simply, I don't believe that the draft of Draconic Surge holds the cure to the Mara. Even in the foreseeable future, there will likely not be any such cure.
Oof.
I've compiled the details into a written analysis. If you're interested, feel free to take a look. This is a copy of pharmacological studies on the draft of Draconic Surge. If the Chief Counselor wants to see it urgently, I'll have to ask you to deliver it for me.
Hey, there's something.
Mastery 99. I just need a little bit more mastery. Oh. I forgot they can still attack me because I don't have. Maybe don't.
What is it for? Who's it for? Oh, it could be my 2 books. I think it's maybe one of the 2 books.
What should I observe today?
Nice and toasty.
You're back. Anything you wanted to share? Wow. Even for those alchemists, that was fast. Don Shu. Wait, why would the Alchemy Commission's chief alchemist be away from her post? I've heard that the chief alchemist is visually impaired. She rarely leaves the Alchemy Commission delve. She has a vast knowledge and expertise. No wonder she was able to analyze the pharmacology so quickly. Let me see her report. No cure? Where did these villains get their hands on such a complex prescription? This is infuriating. Still, this is a clue we can follow. Thank you. Please accept these gifts for your efforts. Please, take them. You've done so much for the Lafu, for the Xianzhou. This is the least I could do.
Thank you for coming on such short notice. supposed to be focused on treating people and delivering medicine. But the Seed of Divine Foresight tasked me with analyzing the prescription. I've been severely delayed. I've already concocted some of the medicine in question, but there can't be any further delays. Could you assist me in ensuring it arrives on time? Thank you. If she's gotten into any trouble, be sure to let me know when you get back. This is the medicine. Her house is near the Court of Tranquility. It shouldn't be hard to find her.
Is this the one Don Shu sent me to find? Did she come here to treat other sightless people?
She's stuck! She can't get down!
Hey, what you looking at, Outworlder? Mind your own business!
Who do you think you are? Keep your nose out of this. I beat people up all the time.
Yeah, get lost! Stop meddling in our business!
Oh, this guy's strong. Oh.
Boss!
Stop yelling and help me up already!
They used some kind of hidden power! I saw it! You're a cheater!
That's right. If you hadn't cheated, I would have knocked your lights out.
You sure about that, boss? They didn't even flinch. Ugh! Shut up! Boss, let's get out of here. We shouldn't fight anyone that doesn't respect martial arts.
I'll let you off the hook this time. Next time we fight fair and square.
Yeah!
If you're gonna grind
Thank you for helping me, mister.
I can grind him other places, but this
Can you just get his group up so it's working together? He needs it too, right?
yeah, but I got her first. He has
Oh, Don Shu asked you to come? Things are bad on Olafu recently. Don Shu must be very busy. Thank you, mister. Remember to thank her for me.
Why does she wander about alone? Well, I've delivered the medicine. I should report back to Don Shu.
Guess what? I'm the recommended level for killing Swan. That is 1.6.
How was she? Did you deliver the medicine? She reminds me of myself when I was a child. I also had to find my way in the dark, face obstacles I couldn't predict, as well as deal with unconscious prejudices people had against me. If I was ever injured by bullies or after a fall, I'd run crying to the healers at the Alchemy Commission and ask them to heal me. I suppose that's why I followed in their footsteps, to pay a little kindness forward. Thank you for looking after the child. Could I ask you for another favor, friend? I want to meet the little girl. Can you lead me to her? I worry about her wandering around on her own. And I want to know what's been on her mind lately. Her parents passed away in the denizens of Abundance Wars. The relatives who took her in aren't close to her. And whenever I treat her, she often confides in me. A healer's medicine might remedy one's physical health, but sometimes the loneliness and hurt inside one's heart needs companionship and care to heal. She told me that whenever she's feeling troubled, she finds a quiet corner in the Artisanship Commission and just sits there, letting the sounds wash over her. Her parents used to be artisans in the Commission, so I think she has some nostalgic connection to the place. In all likelihood, that's where she'll be. There's danger around every corner these days, especially for a sightless child. Let's go. What's happening? Is the girl in trouble?
Choose my strike.
Rules are made to be broken.
Time to twirl!
It's all right. Everything's okay now, Xiaoyu.
Thank you, big brother. Thank you, Anshu.
You don't need to be scared anymore. He is here.
When I think about all the trouble I've caused you two, I feel like such a burden. I'm sorry.
Is that why you're crying? Maybe you should start getting used to this feeling. Because in the next few centuries, visually impaired people like us will continue to require help from everyone we meet. So, if a little bit of guilt like this is enough to break your heart, then how will you manage such an arduous path? I'm not trying to console her. This is the reality. Walking alone in the darkness, fearing every incoming, invisible obstacle, unable to understand other people's descriptions. Everyone, everything is like a hot coal in the dark. Invisible, yet still able to burn you. As a long-life species, she can expect life to continue like this for nearly 8,000 years. She must learn to depend upon herself rather than just foolishly waiting around for the next hero to swoop in and save her.
Also, I figured out.
Yes. By trying my best to change her personal circumstances. In the meantime, she'll have to learn to withstand the darkness. Just as I have.
Hey, you're
don't you? From now on, I'll do my best to rely on myself.
Good. I hope you remember this. Forever. This place is too dangerous. Let's head back to Exalting Sanctum. Thank you again for all you've done. It would seem we incomplete ones are often bullied from a tender age. I endured numerous hardships to become Chief Alchemist. Yet, there are still things that leave me feeling helpless. That's the reason I said what I said. You might mistake my words for being hurtful. But the truth is, no amount of words can prepare her for what lies ahead. For long-life species, these things are permanent. Whether we are beautiful or ugly, tall or short, wise or foolish, all of it is encoded into our flesh from the moment we are born. The impairments of short-life species can be corrected with ingenia or surgery. But that's an impossibility for Xianzhou natives. No matter the method employed, our bodies will eventually return to their original states. I too was once a non-believer. I fooled myself into acquiring artificial eye implants. Soon thereafter, my sightless eyes began to regenerate, and I was left in pain and despair. That brief window of sight that I regained has turned into a perpetual source of anguish, forever etched into my mind. For long-life species, this incompleteness is a permanent, unavoidable tenance.
I'll be back later, friends.